おかわいいこと。
Hey, stop looking at the screen!
suck.おかわいいこと。 suck.
Hey, stop looking at the screen!
おかわいいこと。
Hey, stop looking at the screen!
suck. suck, おかわいいこと。
Meow meow.
Hey, stop looking at the screen!
Hello? Oh my god! Okay. I had the wrong mic source this whole time. We've been silent for like an hour. Oh my fucking god. Ugh. Fuck. Okay. Well, that's terrible. I had the wrong audio source for my microphone this whole time. Oh my god, captions don't fucking... Okay. Yeah, we had to change mic sources the other day and I forgot, so... Yeah. Okay, so anyway... We're making katifi dough, K-A-T-I-F-I. I've been wanting to make something Palestinian for a really long time. I found this recipe on TikTok from a lady named Miss Connie, okay? And there's a Filipino guy who had a recipe for pistachio paste based on something he saw Heart Evangelista do. Heart Evangelista is like a celebrity in the Philippines. And that guy on TikTok, he made this croissant that I saw at a Filipino bakery, and they called it kanafe, and I knew it was not kanafe because I know kanafe is a completely, totally different dessert. So I got excited, and I tried it, and I liked it. I liked this croissant with the katifi dough and pistachio paste in the middle, and then it's got chocolate on the outside, and, what is it? Pistachios on the outside too. So originally we were gonna do this with a croissant with the outside dipped in chocolate and crumbles of pistachio with the paste and the toasted katifi dough on the inside. But somebody ate my fucking croissant thinking it was for her, and it wasn't. So we're just gonna focus on these parts, and then we're gonna think of creative ways to eat it. Okay? Because ain't no way I'm not fucking trying to make a croissant. That's not gonna fucking happen. So Miss Connie, let me get her name. Connie Hamayed Kazan had this recipe on her TikTok. And she was like, you can make a katifi dough at home. And I was like, oh my god, please tell me. And so you can look at her video for this. And then the dude who had the pistachio paste and like did the whole croissant thing, his name is Paulo Almacen, Almacen. He did like a charcuterie type of board situation. And so, and he said like the hashtag was like heart made me do it, and I was like, oh, because I showed the video to my friend and she was like, oh, like Heart Evangelista, and I was like, oh. I was like, I've heard the name, but who is she? And she's like, oh, she's like a celebrity that's like an adult. She's an adult celebrity in the Philippines. And my friend was like, I think she's cute. And I was like, I mean, because like none of the celebrities will be tan. You know what I mean? It's just like another mestiza. And I'm like, I guess, you know? Like, if you have the Filipino channel, we call it TFC because, like, the Filipino channel. If you have that and you watch TV, there are, like, no tan people. And I'll tell you right now, most of the Philippines is tan. Most Filipino people are fucking tan. And there's nothing wrong with that, but there's so much colorism in Asia, especially in the Philippines, because it's, like, literally we're tan. We're literally tan. But in, like, media, we're not. You know what I mean? It's so extreme. There's, like, whitening products from like the time that you're really young. You know, there was like this white and green lotion bottle I would get. That was like a whitening lotion. And my mom was totally cool with it, but she wouldn't let me shave my legs when I was in middle school. So I was like, I feel like our priorities are in weird places. Like, you're okay with me potentially bleaching the fuck out of my skin, but you're not okay with me shaving my legs. Like, to me, that seems a little out of order, you know? So, I'm like, that's the thing that I wanted to do when I was in middle school and high school, is shave my legs and wear makeup. That was, like, the main things I wanted to do, because, like, you know, body hair is marketed as not a good thing. Like, it's not okay for you to have body hair. But, like, the thing is, when you mature, when your body matures, most people, because some people don't, most people develop body hair. Like, my friend was like, do you not shave your legs? I thought you don't shave your legs anymore. And I showed her. I was like, the hair is, like, pretty light, but when you look down here, you can see it. Because, like, on my calves, on my shins, you can see it. But, like, on my thighs, you don't really see my body hair. My arms, too, like, my arm hair is, like, really light. You don't see it that much. But, like, my armpit hair and the hair on my calves and shins, you see those. But you don't see it on my thighs, which, you know, if you're wearing shorts, most people are gonna look at your thighs before they look at your shins. So, you know. But yeah, look at this. I think we're doing a really good job. Looks like undone noodles, you know? But yeah. So, if you want the recipe, just look up Kataifi dough TikTok. And Miss Connie is a hijabi lady with, like, really light skin. And she kind of sounds like, well, she sounds like a really sweet lady, but if you talk shit, she'll, like, punch you in the face. That's what her voice sounds like. So, if you hear a lady that sounds like that in your brain, then you found her, you know what I mean? So, I like Miss Connie. Think she's super cool. Especially since she, like, showed us how to do this at home, because I was like, how the fuck am I gonna source Kataifi dough? So I was really stressed out. I was trying to figure it out, and, like, people are like, well, you can use phyllo dough, and I was like, but I don't want to. I want, like, the experience. Like, I want this the real way, the first way. And this is, as, I guess, close enough to the real way as I'll get it, I guess. Because, you know. Oh, there's a couple different types. Well, I have specifically meltable chocolate because, like, I used to do, like, meltable chocolate bullshit, you know? So, we're almost done with the baggie. When we're done with the baggie, again, we'll start working on the rice situation. So earlier, when I didn't know we didn't have audio, I showed the lentils I had over to the side. So I'm going to make brown rice with lentils for my mom. And then we're going to try to make some rice for us. But we might just make normie rice for us, because I probably don't want to be up super late in the kitchen, because my room was already starting to get a little warm. But we do need to eat something, so let me get this off the pan before I start rambling more than I usually do. there. I'll show you the steamed egg we made. I didn't mix it well enough because, like, it's not all one even color. So I either didn't do, well, I didn't mix it well enough, but also I didn't do the proportions. I used beef broth instead of chicken broth. And I still have some, like, extra, like, kind of leftover beef broth. So we could make a little sauce with the leftover beef broth and some chili crisp to have on top. Let me get the rest of that broth. Okay, that was the other broth. We also ate some myeon earlier, so there's also that. And then looks like we have some leftover noodles. So it's this, and I want some chili paste. Oh, you know what? We could try it with some black vinegar. Ugh, that sounds good too. But I think I just want the black vinegar because it tastes good. I just want black vinegar because it tastes good. Okay, I'm not gonna hurt myself. This pan's fucking hot. It's on low, but it's, you know, it's been on low for a while. It's hot. Bruh. Okay. But yeah, for all the lurkers, thank you. I appreciate you. And if I keep on missing your messages, like, and only catch the bot messages, I'm so sorry. I appreciate you hanging out with me. Okay, let me get that chili crisp. Where the fuck are you? Oh my god, where's my chili crisp? It's like a cute, tiny bottle. Oh, look, there you are. You're on top. Okay, let's get this off the stove. Oh, so nice. Okay, almost done.
Hey, stop looking at the screen.
That swirls a little bit better. All right, so off to the side, I'm gonna mix up some chili crisp with this broth. This leftover broth. And we'll have it on top. Maybe I'll add some black vinegar because black vinegar sounds amazing and delicious kind of all the time. I got like a big bottle of black vinegar for whatever reason. And because we don't really use black vinegar, I feel like that's mostly a Chinese cuisine thing. And, you know, I was just curious. And I ended up really fucking liking it. Oh, this tastes so good. So, I think I'll add a little bit of black vinegar to this. I won't warm it up because I put it in a metal bowl or a metal rim bowl, first of all. And secondly, when we do use the microwave, it like kills the stream. Which is why I'm always like asking them, hey, are you like done nuking shit? because like I'm trying to do shit here. When I stream during the day. So let's get this off the pan. Oh! What was that sound? Was that the game? Okay, I don't know what that sound was. It didn't sound bad, but I also didn't know what it was. Okay. Alright, so I mixed together black vinegar, extra broth, and chili crisp. I'm just gonna pour it on top. I'll just show you. On top of the steamed egg I made earlier today, and I'll just eat it cold. Yeah, I just wanted to taste the black vinegar. Mmm. Oh, it's so good. So it's just one egg I beat up, and then some beef broth, but I didn't. Usually you're supposed to do like 1-to-1, and I'm pretty sure I did not. So, that's why the color was probably not even, you know. Nom 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 nom. And yeah, it's only one egg. So there was like a fucked up egg in the carton. And I was like, I'll just go ahead and eat it. That way, if it's like sus, then we'll know that it was me who ate it. You know. It was like broken down the center, like like horizontally. I guess mom didn't check thoroughly. I literally touch all the eggs when I check an egg carton. This was a nice snack. Good choice. And earlier today, I ate some murnengmyeon that came from like a grocery store. So like you'll buy it in the dry goods aisle, and the soup packet will be in there, and you put it in the freezer. Well, people put it in the freezer for a little bit. To like slush it up. But this one was a powder. So you mix the powder with hot ass water until it dissolves. And then you add cold water. And then you put it in the fridge to chill. I put mine in the freezer. But it didn't really like slush up. Or like, I didn't leave it long enough to start getting really icy, you know? Because at the restaurants, usually mungnaengmyeon is a little on the like slushy side. So, you know, God, that was good. Oh, that was good. But, I think that's actually the morning leftovers. Yeah. I think these are and leftovers. So let me just go ahead and eat that. Dishes are piling up for sure. Oh yeah, I need to take that off the stove. Sorry. Oh, it just like curled up on its own. Okay. Yeah, my other phone is still trying to like charge. Yeah, so I had moon. This is some of the leftovers. I also put some chicken moo in here, but I sliced it up really thin. So, you know, like the radish you get with fried chicken? I make that every once in a while because I just like it. And then I just sliced it up really thin. For my moon. And it came with some mustard oil, but I have like that mustard squeezy stuff, like the Japanese hot mustard. So I added some of that, and I boiled an egg while I was well, like it was basically already done, cause like I didn't boil an egg beforehand. Cause usually, like when I have naengmyeon, there's usually like an egg in there. So, and I usually save the egg for last with the mustard because it tastes good together. But yeah. So like the steamed egg and the naengmyeon were things we made off stream. While we were like sorting out grains to soak for future purposes. And getting the pistachios ready because I had to de-shell some. I had to de-shell a cup of pistachios. And that took like 30 minutes. So, yeah. Mmm. So many dishes piling up. All right. Get this off the pan. Ooh, thank you. One piece. Okay. I need chopsticks for that one. These last ones are a little bit on the thicker side, but I think that's going to be okay. But yeah, this is good for me because I plan on making kataifi dough in the future. I like it. I like this combination of pistachio paste and kataifi dough. I think it's great. So, no doubt I'll be making this more in the future for me because my mom did not like her Dubai chocolate bar. So, and I figure it's because of the filling. I like the filling. So, you know what I mean? Again, this is, you know, for me. I told her if she likes that chocolate bar, I'm planning on, because I've been planning on making this for a while, but I was waiting on croissant, and like her sister fucking ate my croissant thinking it was for her, and my mom didn't fucking tell me till today, and I was like, why do you bitches always do this shit? You know, like, you knew that I chose that for me, and you didn't fucking stop her, first of all. And secondly, I told you, like, that's the thing I want. You were at the grocery store with me. Why the fuck did you let this bitch eat my food? You know, like, I get really upset when people eat my food. Especially when they know it's not theirs. Like, that's, for me, that's not okay. Like, don't fucking touch my food. So, because I make all the food in the house, minus like every once in a while, and everything is separated by name because my aunt also doesn't know how to not put a spoon that went into her mouth into communal food. So she'll eat with her spoon and then she'll put that in communal food, that spoon that went in her mouth. She doesn't know how to not do that, so that's why I have to separate everything out. And that takes up so much space in the fridge. And it's just like the easiest thing, so we could have more room in the fridge, is for you to not fucking do that. But apparently that's like too much effort or something. I don't know what's going on there. And then I called her out on it a couple times. She was like, "You're so rude, blah blah blah." I was like, I don't think fucking getting your nasty ass spit all over everything is polite. So I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Come on. There we go. And then that's it for the kataifi dough. And then we're gonna, you know, kind of move it around and get it toasted. I want it all to toast, not just like some of it, right? So let me just kind of move it around. All right. Let me turn off this stove. We'll just get everybody into this pan. So this is what we yielded. I don't know how much this is, but look at how much happened out of a fourth of a cup of flour and a fourth of a cup of cornstarch. You know what I'm saying? So let me just kind of smooth it around a little bit more, make sure everybody's kind of nice and fluffily spread out, you know? So we're not too concentrated in any one spot. Can't really take a picture with my other phone the way it is right now. Like struggling to stay powered on. So this looks gonna be like the before, right? And I'm gonna preheat the oven 350 for 10 minutes. I'm gonna do that. It says toasted, but I'm gonna just say bake. Oh, toast and bake are on the same. Okay. So 350? 350 for 10. So now we're gonna bring you back this way. Okay. Okay. A little up. Okay. So let's go ahead and get started on some of these dishes. And then we'll move on to the rice situation. Right? Okay. So while that oven is preheating, we'll do some dishes. And get some rice. So for the lentil and rice thing, it's going to be a 1-to-1 ratio. Okay, this doesn't feel hot. There we go. I think it's warm enough. Slightly better. All right. So I'm just going to gently kind of let this hang out in that water. That blade needs to, you know. I don't like soaking sharp things because it's like not a good idea, but the paste did kind of get stuck a little. And this just still feels a little oily, so we're gonna go over it again.
Hey, stop looking at the screen.
Yeah, the food processor might need to hang out for a little bit. But yes, everybody, thank you so much for hanging out and lurking. I super appreciate it. Yeah, I've been trying to figure out something to cook that was Palestinian or Palestini, you know, for a really long time. And so I'm really happy I was able to find a recipe for khichdi dough. So we can do this, you know? Because if y'all don't know, there's a genocide going on, and our tax dollars are very much implicated in it. And oh shit, let me turn that. Okay, we're gonna put the khichdi dough in the oven. Oh my god, phone, I believe in you. Please do your thing. So I'm gonna put this on top of a baking sheet so it's just easier to take out. And we're gonna let this do its thing for 10 minutes. And we'll probably just like let it hang in there afterwards. But yeah, I'm gonna do these dishes and then we're gonna work on the rice situation. And while that's cooling, you know, we'll do the rice while that's cooling. And yeah. So I've been trying to figure out something that was Palestine that I could do that like the ladies would also eat. But since, you know, a lot of the time when I try to introduce like other types of cuisine, they're just so fucking picky. And it's really annoying because like one of them acts like she's really, really worldly when really she just has a fucking attitude problem and she like has peaked in high school energy. And then the other one is just obnoxiously picky. And like also has her whole level of non-sensory. You know, so it's really annoying when I make food and then the second day they don't eat it. And I'm like, and then they're like, oh, we don't have anything to eat. I'm like, we literally fucking do. So I don't know what you're talking about here. So like I really, 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 really hate food waste. Just I hate wastefulness in general. Like I think if you as long as you can reuse it, like reuse it, you know what I mean? I don't like single use products if I can avoid it, you know what I mean? I don't like people being wasteful. And so when the people in my household are being wasteful, it gets on my nerves. So, but yeah, that's most of what my situation is. Like, I have to figure out things that they'll all eat. So, like, I was, you know, when I was looking up Palestinian everything, I was looking up, like, I was looking up to trees a lot. Because I was like, well, what if I do, like, crafting streams? You know, I could do to trees. And I could to trees, like, flag patterns or like traditional to trees patterns of like different cities. So like iconography and things because there are patterns online, you know, like patterns for the city of Hebron and well, I remember Hebron and just like other very important symbolism into trees. So to trees is a type of embroidery. It's very, very pretty. I like it. And like the shirt I made that had a to trees inspired pattern because like it was a lot of surface area to try to trees, you know what I mean? Plus I don't know how and I didn't have like but I don't have the correct materials for to trees. Like there's essentially like a stabilizer for it that you use and then you like cut it away afterwards when you're like done and stuff. And I was looking for that too. And it was you know, I was just trying to figure out something because I don't really like commodification of culture, but at the same time, like, I know I have to do it in a way where it's, like, showcased somehow, or else, you know, no one's gonna give a fuck when they should. you know? Because I feel like everyone should give a fuck about genocide, because you definitely would want somebody to give a fuck if it was happening to you. You know what I mean? So it's like, we definitely, baseline, should give a fuck, preferably do some shit about it. So, you know, there's Korean brands that definitely have ties to Israel because their mother company has a money link to Israel, you know what I mean? So like there is a place to start because most people do Korean skincare, right? So you can support companies that don't have ties to Israel and like stop purchasing from companies that do have a tie to Israel, like MOAR Pacific and Vanguard, you know. There's an article on that, so you can, you know, you can look at that. Also, you can like look up for America. For America, there's this like really cool website called Open Secrets, and you can see who your politicians have been accepting money from. Really useful. Right? There are a lot of people on AIPAC's payroll, so like that's another thing to consider. You know, you could be like, bro, why are you like a lot of people are wondering why, even though Zoran obviously exudes a lot of qualities and things that we all want, like to be able to afford to live, namely, right? That there aren't many like Democrats backing him up. But when you start looking at like who people are getting money from, it starts to make sense, because if they support Zoran Mamdani, it's gonna affect their bag, right? Because left and right are lobbied most likely by the same organizations. So, you know what I mean? Like, that's another thing to consider. For the blue no matter who crowd, you know what I mean? Like, because I already know there are people in Texas that are definitely on the AIPAC cash roll. Colin Allred, Lizzie Fletcher, Ted Cruz, obviously. I think Cornyn's on the list too. You can look that up too. AIPAC, AIPAC. You can look at Open Secrets, or you can look at AIPAC Tracker and then follow up with Open Secrets. You know what I mean? So, just, there's all sorts of things you can do. And so when you think about that, it's like, America, the government, has been doing a lot of fucked up shit to Palestine and / or just co-signing the violence against Palestine. So, as citizens, there are things we can do, like to remind politicians, hey, you know, we vote you in. We can also not vote you in. So, even in states like mine where there's obvious, like, voter suppression, you can remind them, like, hey, you're on the AIPAC payroll, but at the end of the day, you're supposed to be working for us. So why are you serving the needs and desires of people who want you to focus on a whole ass other country than focusing on the shit that needs to happen here? You know, something to think about. So, because it's like AIPAC is like about Israel, but you live in America, so why should you focus on the needs and desires of people who want to advance whatever the fuck is going on in Israel when we have our own sets of problems? And also, why are we trying to help people that are murdering people with bombs all the time and trying to play in our faces like they're not doing shit? They're obviously doing shit. So, you know? Oh, belch. Thank you. Alright, so half a cup of rice. Okay, half a cup of rice. So I'm gonna get some brown rice. And I'm gonna wash and soak for 30 minutes. I'm doing a half cup like the actual half cup measurement and not like half a Asian rice cup. You know, like we're doing a... Oh shit, are you done? You don't look very tan. Yeah, let's we're gonna do that for another tan because it like barely changed color. But they eat brown rice, so we're gonna do this with brown rice. I'll go ahead and wash in this. And then we'll measure with this. Yeah, this is half. So, I've been soaking these lentils for a while just because I feel like maybe that would be safer or better or whatever. Mom wanted me to do 1 cup to half a cup, but this recipe is for half a cup to half a cup, so I'm going to do a 1-to-1 ratio for the sake of this recipe and hope things go well. So, you know. So, a rice cup is a different measurement than like American Imperial whatever the fuck cup. So let me just... It's a different measurement, just letting you know. Okay. So we're going to work on the rice for them first. I already feel my eyes feeling tired. Terrible. So I'm going to wash and rinse and wash and rinse. Okay. So while we wait for that khichdi dough to actually be tan. It's not tan right now. Let's see. Whatever, I'm gonna have to wash all this shit anyway again. I'm gonna drain it into here. Just cause like I don't wanna keep opening and closing the door. There. I'm gonna wash until I feel like the water is clear enough for me to be satisfied with. Usually that's like 3 washes. Alright. And I'm using a sieve to strain it. So I'm saving this water so I can just like, we have a gray water bucket in the garage. So gray water bucket is just like a collection of water that happens when you wash vegetables, or in this case rice or dishes or whatever. So like I don't want to just keep on constantly going in and out every time I rinse. So I'll wait till I have at least 2 rinses. Do 1 more to check. Hopefully this one will be clear. There are people that use rice water for like beauty purposes. I think after it runs clean, then you soak it and then you strain it. I don't know. You might want to check the internet for that one. I still haven't been super successful with that, so it's still a little, like, it's not completely not clear, but it's, like, not really clear enough to my liking. Also, there's a little bit of, like, the blue scrubby thing in the sieve. So I'm trying to make sure, like, that doesn't get into the rice. We'll try one more and then let it soak for 30 minutes.
suck,
Some people don't wash their rice, but I've heard that, like, some rice is fortified, which means, like, the vitamins and minerals are, like, sprayed on like a spray tan. So, like, that would make sense to me, you know? But it's not quite as clear as I'd like it to be, but I'm kind of, like, over it a little bit, so that's fine. Okay, I'm gonna do another dump in the gray water bucket. I think when I wash my rice, I'm just gonna, like, let it go. Okay. So I'm gonna let this soak. I'm gonna let this soak for 30 minutes. And then we'll get some rice for us. I'm gonna get some rice for us. Let me check our recipe. Mhm. Freeze rehydrated beans and sweet rice. Add them into the white rice to make your multigrain rice.
Hey,
in your
stop
cooker
looking
in
at the
just
screen.
minutes. Okay. So what I've been doing recently is, like, a multigrain rice, like, congee. But we're not going to be doing that. What we've been doing off to the side is that we're rehydrating chickpeas and black beans. So we're going to use that same sieve and, like, keeping on, like, changing the water.
suck,
Yeah, you're still pretty firm. I'm just changing the water. Probably gonna let these soak for, like, more than a day. It said at least 6 hours, but I just don't feel like that's enough, you know? So, and these are black beans. Yeah. So I have 2 servings of this. When I feel like they're appropriate or whatever, I'm gonna have one and make the rice, like, then and there, and then the other one I'm gonna freeze, and then we'll make that rice another day, you know.
おかわいいこと。
You know what? Why don't we do this? All right, let me check to see if it got a tan or not. I mean, slightly tan on one side, but oh my god, I pressed you. Ugh. Okay, I put that on 18 minutes this time. We'll see if it works. Okay, so I've got a few more dishes that I forgot about. So again, the chickpeas and the black beans are for me at another time. That has nothing to do with my mom and my aunt. We're gonna soak the rice and the lentils for them first. And then, let's see. Onions, turmeric, rice and lentils. You know, so stir and then water. Okay. Do we have cumin seeds? I don't really think we do. I know we have cumin powder. So, cloves, nutmeg, allspice. Oh, nutmeg. Oh, we do have cumin seeds. Let's go. Okay. And how much cumin seeds do we? Cumin seeds. 1 teaspoon. Okay. Oh yeah, we can work on the ginger right now. Okay. So we have cumin seeds, which is one of the ingredients that we need for this situation. Let's go back here. I'm going to show you how to prepare ginger. Oof. There we go. See how I can get in here with the... Oh, you know what? That might work. Okay. So I have a compost pile. We're going to bring the compost pile a little bit closer. That's where the ginger skin's going to go. So with ginger... Oh, what? Kitchen. Oh. Kitchen. Oh, we need to fix this scene too. Kitchen. Do I not know how to spell? Oh my god. Kitchen. 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 Bruh. Kitchen. My other phone isn't working. I'll have to literally go back into the other whatever. What? You worked earlier when the mic source was incorrect. Kitchen. Oh my god. Do I have to go to the other room? Bruh. Hello? 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 Kitchen? What is... Oh. My god, why? Well, what's wrong with the camera? What's wrong with my camera? Oh my god, why? Why are we not having a video feed right now? The camera back? Oh my god. What the fuck? Alright, it's like tanning up, but it also kind of smells like candle wax for some reason right now, and so I'm a little concerned, but if it's not burning, then I guess it's fine. Alright, so now we're going to show you how to do, wait, what? Yeah, we had 13 minutes on the timer, it's fine. How to do with ginger. So if you ever have a ginger, take a spoon when you want to take the skin off. That way you retain the most amount of ginger, because if you go at this with a knife, most likely you're going to cut too much into the root itself, and you're going to waste a lot, you know what I mean, if you go in with a knife. So try to always do this with a spoon. I've heard of people like freezing it before they, you know, do this or whatever. I don't know if that's really necessary. If that makes you, if it makes it easier for you, then go ahead. I don't really deal with hot and cold well, so for me that would not work well. But yeah, just take off the skin this way, right? And so this is going to be for my mom and my aunt, but we'll save some for us to use. So yeah. And there are some like places where we are gonna like cut
but for the most part, this is the best way to retain the most ginger. There's powdered sugar on that one. Blech.
suck,
That part we cut off because it didn't look too good. And I probably shouldn't be doing this on top of this delicate tiny bite. There's also that.
Hey, stop looking at the screen.
But yeah. I'm gonna check what the recipe for theirs said, if it had to be like super fine or whatever. Chopped. Finely chopped or grated. We're not grating today. Fuck all that shit. We're not grating this shit. So we'll go ahead and I guess chop as finely as we can. That one was a thick one. Yes, I know. We'll take a little pause on that. I'm going to check if it for real turned tan. I think it did. It was definitely turning tan. Okay. I think I'm going to turn it over just to check that the other side has a little bit of color. Otherwise, I'll probably give it another 10 minutes if the underside's a little pale. Because it kind of looks like an unevenly cooked hash brown right now. It's definitely crispy. It's just not very tan. Can I turn it over, please? Okay, I'm gonna have it on the other side. I'm gonna do it on 8. I'm gonna do 8 minutes on the other side. Hopefully that'll be enough. We'll keep on going with this ginger. Okay. Actually, again. Okay. How much ginger do they want for this? A teaspoon? I don't know. That might be a teaspoon already. We'll just add a teensy bit more. Okay. I think that'll be good to add, and then that'll probably be a teaspoon. Everything else, we didn't really do an exact measurement. It's just like I had a tomato, I have onions, so like, you know, we're doing whatever with that. But this one I'm gonna, you know, I'm gonna try to keep it a little bit closer to what they wanted in the recipe. So then I'm gonna put the rest of this ginger in a little container. I'm gonna keep that for me to use later. I'll cut it a little bit so it fits in there better. There you go. So the 30 minutes is almost up for the rice. And of course the lentils have been like soaking all day, so like whatever. Let's see. Heat ghee or oil in the pressure cooker, add the cumin seeds. We're not doing this in a pressure cooker. So okay, 4.5 cups water. So we need something that can handle 4.5 cups water. So I guess this blue pot that's already on the stove is gonna be the winner. Let me just move this light source again. Okay, we're gonna move this guy off to the side, this guy to the back. I'll move these around. All right, I think it's for real tanning this time, so awesome. Okay, I'm gonna start heating this pan a little bit. Sorry. This pan. My bad. I guess we can, let's raise you up a little. So we don't necessarily have a top down because we sort of did, but then the magnet got weird. So we're gonna do this. So we're heating the pan just a little bit first. How much turmeric? 1/4 of a teaspoon? Okay. All right. Give that a little bit more time. Yeah. Do I need to peel anything else anymore? I don't think so. I'm gonna go ahead and like close off the compost pile. Just put that off to the side. Check the lentils.
suck,
So some of these lentils, I still see like some skin or whatever, so I'm not quite done with the compost pile. I'm gonna remove whatever kind of skins I see that came out. I guess husk. Whatever husks came off. I'm just like doing another little check. But yeah. And this is Indian or South Asian. Pretty sure it's Indian. Because they're saying dal. I was looking at a lot of Indian recipes earlier for lentils and rice. So I'm very happy that our South Asian cousins had something. You know what I mean? So we're doing West Asia and South Asia today. Recipes. So you know what I mean? Okay, I'm pretty sure you are done, Kataifi dough. You don't need another toast. You're doing just fine. There's a lot more stuff that came out than. Oh my god, do I need to unhusk all of you? Bro. Okay. Did not see that happening. Okay, let me lower this heat. Let me turn it off. Unforeseen problem. Didn't realize these were... This darker orange color was because the husk was still on. Let me show you. All right. So they're kind of like this dark orange color, but that's because the husk or the skin is still on. So I'm gonna have to like take the skin off of all of these. I didn't realize. I just thought that was the color. I'm assuming taking the husk off improves just the overall mouth texture or whatever. Mouth feel. Well, now we know. I guess this is kind of like with chickpeas too, because like it doesn't look like it, but chickpeas have like a skin on the outside. You usually have to pop that off when you like cook them and stuff. But this one is slightly more visible because it's not like completely transparent. Like it's a slightly darker color. But yeah, I was not expecting that. I really just thought they were like brownish, not orangish, with like a tan outer skin. I guess it just wasn't clicking in my head. Because I did see some of the skins pop off earlier. And I was like, oh. But it didn't really click like, hey, they should all be this light orange color. Oh my god, kitchen. 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 Oh my god. Okay, thank you. Yikes. More of them are looking orange now. And it's not going to hurt the rice to soak for a little longer. It's going to be fine. We had this in water for most of today. I think tomorrow morning I'll check on the chickpeas to see if I can like pop the skin off. If I remember. Sometimes I'll probably forget like that I need to make sure that the skin is off. So yeah. My eyes feel tired. But yeah, as far as Dubai chocolate goes, like, I don't even like using that for the title, but it's like, if I just say pistachio paste and kataifi dough, like, I don't think anyone's gonna understand what the fuck I'm doing. So I have to use the Dubai chocolate or whatever. Plus character limits, you know. But when I was looking up Dubai chocolate to understand, like, if there's any actual, like, cultural significance behind this hashtag or, like, popular food item, it looks like there isn't. You know what I mean? Like I don't see anything like, oh, this is a classical dessert or some shit like that. Like, no, like, I think this is just something that got hyped up, you know?
Hey, stop
Which is
looking at the
unfortunate
screen.
because, like, just feels like anything to commodify culture or, you know, this whole culture of, like, trending food or whatever is fucking weird to me as someone who is streaming a lot in food and drink. You know what I mean? Because it's just like I really hate it when I see ube popularized but like made into weird desserts. For me, that makes me mad. That makes me mad. Because first of all, most people don't know who the fuck Filipino people are. You know what I mean? They only know K-pop and like Chinese people because of the news and what they consume. So it's like Asians are just consumables versus like whole ass people and whole ass cultures. You know what I mean? And then they'll just like group us all together or whatever the fuck. So it's like there's that, but it's like, you know, you like something because it's popular, but it's like something that our people have been eating for a while. And like as it is, kind of hard to get ube. So when I see like American companies like do a special drink or a special dessert for a limited time, and it's like I don't even get ube that easily. So why the fuck are you getting it so easily? And how come you're not saying anything about Filipino people? Like if it was Korean or Chinese or Vietnamese, you know, you'd be saying some shit, but like it feels like whenever it's Filipino something or other, y'all don't say fuck all about it. And like there was a South Asian like educational Instagram person that was talking about it too, because like the most recent like fashion debacle was like Dupata. So like there's these two-piece dress sets, like a top and a skirt, that look a lot like a Dupata, but like they won't, the people who like take the trend won't say, right? They won't say like, oh, You know, if it's like South Asian or typically people that are tan, like they won't fucking say like, oh, we got it from there. But if it's like Korean or like East Asian or like pale ass motherfuckers, they'll be like, oh my god, this is like some ancient whatever the fuck from like China or something. You know, or Korea or like Japan, like this sacred beauty ritual or some shit like that. But if it's like Filipino or Indian or like Thai, like people do not act the same way, you know? And so it's like super annoying as a Filipino person when that happens. So, you know what I mean? And that's part of why I try to find like, why are you telling me that that phone needs to cool down when it hasn't been able to hold a charge? What are you talking about right now? I'll put you in the fridge if I need to put you in the fridge, but if you're like also not charging, then why are you telling me that you're, oh my god, you are hot. Fuck. Alright, let's go in the fridge. Let's go in the fridge. I'm gonna keep my other phone in the fridge for a little bit. But yeah. So, so for Dubai chocolate, because I knew it was with kataifi dough, I wanted to get a kataifi dough recipe from someone who is clearly West Asian and hopefully Palestinian. So, you know what I mean? And I was just looking for someone for like lentils and rice, preferably Asian, because I don't want to do like the whole people have recipes on their websites because like it's trending or whatever, like it's a trending diet food or something like that. Like I didn't want a recipe from that kind of background. Like I wanted a recipe coming from someone who's like cooking this on a regular basis for their family or something like that. Or like lentils are like a regular part of the diet kind of situation. So, you know. But yeah, I didn't find any kind of cultural significance
suck,
or like historical whatever with Dubai chocolate. So if somebody finds something, like go ahead and let me know because I want to feel better about this hashtag. Because right now, don't have very many positive feelings just because it just feels like something people manufactured a trend for capitalism. And so, you know, and again, you couldn't hear me the first time I said it because I had the wrong microphone source, but the whole reason I even got exposed to like this Dubai chocolate, whatever, hashtag and what have you, is, you know, I don't know if you are familiar with the meta when it comes to like activist posts on TikTok. It usually goes something like this. They'll be like, hey, if you care about A, stay. If you don't care about A, press on, bitch. And then they'll be like, hey, in the search bar, I need you to type in B. All right, look at videos and advertisements or whatever the fuck about B. Then come back to my video and watch it 3 times through. Make a comment about B, and like and share this post. It more or less goes like that. And so the only reason I ever heard about Dubai chocolate is because of Palestine, because I was looking at Palestinian like activist posts, right? Like how to donate money, how, you know, donate to this family, you know, this is what's going on the ground, so on and so forth. And so that's the only reason why I even got any exposure to Dubai chocolate. as a hashtag or like a concept of an idea, right? Concept of an idea. And I was like, okay, whatever, you know. But when I saw that croissant at the Filipino bakery and they called it kanafe, when I knew it was not kanafe, because I know kanafe is very specifically a very different Palestinian dessert that involves cheese and kataifi dough. I was like, you know what? I'll try it. You know what I mean? Like, it has pistachios. I've been trying to like broaden my horizons about pistachios because I'm like used to just eating pistachios as pistachios and like not like in stuff. So, and then I tried it and I was like, wow, this is like really delicious. You know, this can be like the thing that I make because I'd been looking for like a Palestinian food to make, you know? And I was like, well, I really like kataifi dough. So, because the inside of that croissant was kataifi dough mixed with pistachio paste. So, okay, it looks like everyone's still looking. Again, if somebody's actually saying something and I keep on missing it, I'm so sorry. We are not monitoring audio in the kitchen because I have Spotify on, so you don't get completely bored out of your brain. So, you know, and I'm not trying to get a copyright strike. Oh, no, wrong thing. Okay, let me rinse that off. Through the quinoa. It does seem like Filipino. Oh, these facts are entertaining though. What do you mean fun facts? That people are being genocided or Filipino overall is looked down on? Yeah, especially by like not everybody, but like there's East Asia does not typically look at us well. Like there's a lot of human trafficking that happens by other Asians of us because there's a promise of a job or some shit like that, and then our passports are held, blah blah blah. Like it's not good. So, but yeah. So it just feels like Dubai chocolate is like a whole nothing burger of a hashtag, and it was just like some hyped up food or whatever. But I do like kataifi dough, and I have learned I like pistachio paste with kataifi dough, so that's what we're doing. You know, maybe I'll find a recipe that involves olives. You know, and we can make something like savory. But for now, we're gonna do something sweet, right? Once I get all these fucking husks off. So this is not for the kataifi dough situation, or the pistachio paste. It's just I want to, you know, get this done. But yeah, it's without like the TikTok activist meta, I would have never heard of this hashtag or like seen it in my feed or whatever. I like really wished it was more meaningful because it doesn't seem like it's meaningful at all. So it was just for capitalism. About Dubai chocolate, sorry if it came off that way. I mean, what I'm saying is that there's no facts. Like, it's a whole nothing burger of a hashtag, unless somebody can correct me, because, like, I would love for it to be meaningful. I would love for Dubai chocolate to be something meaningful and, like, culturally significant, but so far it doesn't really look like it. And I don't like hyped stuff. I don't like things that are trending for no fucking good ass reason. Like, I really, 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 really don't. You know, like I'm glad my mom doesn't seem to give a fuck about Labubu. So, because that, you know, makes my life easier. So, Because if she liked it, that would make my life harder, you know? But yeah, hyped up food, like things that are overhyped, I don't like. I don't like. Things that are overhyped make me feel like completely turned off already. Outside of the Final Fantasy Magic the Gathering collaboration, still kind of excited about that. So, and I opened some packs, and I don't know how to build a deck, but that's fine. So, I just, that I'm okay with. That's a collaboration I can get behind. So, but, I don't know how I'm gonna find my brother on fucking Arena. Because I haven't seen an option to add friends. So... Because I finally well, if you open MG Magic the Gathering Arena, you'll get 3 free packs from the Final Fantasy collab. And so I opened my packs, and then I bought a mythic pack with whatever coin I had. Fucking in-game money. Okay, we're not done with this, but I want to take a break because my fingers are getting wrinkly. I'm gonna dry my hand, and I'm gonna, take the khichdi dough out so you can look at it. And then we'll take it out for real and, let it cool. So there are, certain little pockets that did not quite get tan, but most of it got tan. So I don't know if we want to just, keep on going to make sure it all tans, or if we're okay with this. Ugh, it fell. I could break it up and maybe, try to toast it some more. Definitely crispy, though. So that's good. I'm just breaking it up a little bit more. Maybe if I, do another round, we'll take out the really crispy bits, maybe, to make sure I don't burn shit.
O kawaii koto.
Okay, so that's preheating. That'll go for another 10. I can help you build a deck. I mean, I know you can help me build a deck, but I'm just like, I'm on my computer at random times, you know what I mean? Like, also, I don't know if I want to be on a video call with you, no offense. So, I'm gonna do it this way.
suck,
You can look at mtggoldfish.com. Oh, okay. Okay, this seems to be going a little bit better. I still have to fish out all the skin, but whatever, that's fine. Feels like this is a easier way of exfoliating. I was just getting tired of my fingers getting wrinkly and stuff. Yeah, we still need that khichdi dough to like cool down. It was still pretty. It wasn't like hot, but it was still warm. So there's also that. So that's why we're working on this while all of that, you know, figures itself out.
Hey, stop looking at the screen.
Oh man, taking the skin off like takes a really long time. So again, this part has nothing to do with the Dubai chocolate part. Okay. This is the more part. I want to see if, I would prefer my mom and my aunt get into like eating lentils. Even if it's not like a forever thing or like, because we have lentils in the house and they need to get eaten, is basically why. We have like 2 or 3 bags of lentils. And I'm not trying to make like separate batches of food. I just need them to fucking eat it, you know? I already make separate batches. essentially, because like everything gets separated 3 ways. Well, things get separated 3 ways or 2 ways. If I'm just like fed up with all their shit, they're gonna, and they're like, oh my god, we don't have anything to eat when the fridge is still fucking full. Then they get all the food, because I'm like, I don't know what the fuck your problem is, but there's still food here. What fridge are you looking at that doesn't have any food in it? So, then I'll be like, well, that's for you and her, because I'm still eating my leftovers from 2 weeks ago like a responsible person, instead of trying to add more food to the fridge when there's still food, and you're telling me that there isn't. Like, what are we doing here right now? So, the house smells good, but also, I don't know. Like, I hope I'm doing everything at a nice enough temperature where things aren't like gonna get weird. I don't remember doing this the last time I made lentils, so I wonder if that was part of the experience that maybe made them not want lentils. But I can't imagine that being it, because I can't imagine them being this sensitive to texture. And knowing that I probably did not take the hull or the husk or the skin off, you know? I'm just trying to be thorough. I'm just trying to be thorough. So wasn't expecting this. Wasn't expecting this. But hopefully this will make everything easier to cook. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. I had like plastic rubber bands in my hair, or like the plastic hair elastics that sometimes like little kids wear. Both of them popped. So I really thought these were brown, not orange. Oh my god. Yeah. I guess while we're here, you know, community care and civic engagement can look like and be like a lot of different things. You know, there are community gardens and community fridges in a lot of different places. You can either donate items or your time or money to those places or organizations that maintain those places, right? You can help the seniors in your neighborhood get to the grocery store if they don't have transportation, or someone to like help them with their groceries in and out of their car. Did we lose one? For example, my mom, and by the way, I heard that, don't worry. My mom and my aunt qualify for senior boxes from the food bank for now, because, like, again, the big beautiful bill that is big but not beautiful is in effect, and that is definitely gonna hurt food banks nationwide. So for now, they qualify for the senior box. And as it is, like, no one ever, it's not standardized, meaning it's not the same each week. And sometimes they have, like, these big boxes of, like, frozen stuff. And, like, not every senior citizen that qualifies for this has a car, right? They're just, sometimes it's just them. Not everybody has someone to help offload the car when they leave, you know what I mean? And you don't know how much freezer space these people have, right? You know what I mean? Like, if they don't know that to anticipate, like, 20 pounds of chicken, I don't see how they can prepare their their space for 20 pounds of chicken, because that's a lot, you know what I mean? What if they have, like, a really tiny freezer and then they have no choice but to, like, waste some of that food, you know? So because a lot of times they just, like, load it into the back of your car, and you don't know what the fuck you're getting until you, like, get home and, like, unpack it and then realize you have, like, a 20-pound box of frozen chicken or something, for example, you know, which would be great if you had, like, a really big household, and if it was more than just you. But it's like, if it's just one senior citizen by themselves, like, having to not only, like, deal with storing this box, but, like, preparing it, you know, and there's, you know, sometimes there's fresh produce. Sometimes, actually, just not often fresh produce. But it's like, if you get, like, 10 pounds of produce and it's just you and you don't have freezer space, then that's also wasteful. You know? So it's like, I feel like if you know a senior citizen that qualifies for, like, a senior box or something and you're able to help them out, I think that would be a great way, like, for a foray into, like, civic engagement. You know? So you can, like, help them out. Because, you know, bodies aren't the same at 90 as they were at 50, as they were at 30. Right? So, like, ask a senior citizen, would they like assistance? And then, like, assist them. You know, like, be their Uber or whatever the fuck. A lot of senior citizens are on fixed income. So it's like, you know, the food bank might be a huge part of their food budget. You know what I mean? And if they can't make it to the whatever, to the distribution, or, like, make use of all the food, you know, it's just like, I feel like most people just don't think that deeply about planning for things like that. You know? Like, it's great that they have this food for them, but it would be super great if they could give them, like, a heads up of what to expect so they can make room for it in their house. The fridge, the freezer, the cupboard, you know what I mean? So they can, like, anticipate it and, like, plan accordingly for their lifestyle. So, like, they can make the most out of the food versus risk losing half of it because they couldn't store it safely or, like, eat it before it went bad, you know? Ugh. My eyes are so tired. I'm about to just not give a fuck. And I'd rather not give a, like, you know, but it's like 1:30. And I haven't forgotten about the kataifi dough toasting in the oven. I'm just letting it residual heat, you know what I mean? Just letting it hang out. I'm sure it's fine. And we'll, get this show on the road soon. We have to drain the water anyway, so that's why I want to kind of do it like this. There's like a bunch of like skins that did not make it into the compost pile bucket, and I just like, I'm like just trying to get them over there and flicking it. God. Okay, whatever.
Hey, stop looking at the screen.
Okay. I also, oh! Yeah, we might just, god damn it, we might just, I might just sift through. Let me get a sieve and like figure this out. Let me see. But I'm like, I also don't want to half-ass it. I'm just like, I'm so torn right now.
Suck.
But I guess now I have a lot more respect for people who cook lentils, because if you're taking all this skin off, holy shit. I wish there was an easier way to take off the skin. Okay, fuck it, whatever. Let's start cooking. I'll deal with this mentally, I guess. And again, this part has nothing to do with chana masala. Chana masala, fuck. Dubai chocolate. We're just. I'm trying to get my mom to eat lentils, so because they need to get eaten. And lentils are healthy and they're good for you. So I'm just like. I've made lentils before and I don't remember them liking it. So we're just gonna try this and hope for the best. You know? So we're gonna start with aromatics first. Hopefully that'll buy some time getting these skins off. Or separated, I guess. Oh my god. Let me just. Ugh! The thing is, they're just so cute. I really want to make this work with the skin off. Okay. Alright. Let me see. I turned off the heat earlier, so it might take a little bit to get back up. We have a while before we get to this step. It's so pretty. Like, this orange color is so pretty. I just didn't know it was orange underneath. You know what I mean? Like, now I want to expose this orange color. It's, like, so cute. Now it's all mixed up. It's orange and tan. So... how much vegetable oil do you want me to put in here? 2 tablespoons. Oh, it said any neutral oil? Okay, whatever. We like reuse oil, so we're just gonna like reuse oil. Yeah. And it said 2 tablespoons. I guess I'll like loosely measure. Wipe up that jar. There we go. Put the lid back on. Not everybody reuses oil. It's okay if you don't. That's fine. Just consider, like, if you are deciding to reuse oil, like, if you made fish in that oil, you might not want to use it for, like, something sweet, like plantains, or, like, sesame seed balls. You know what I mean? Main thing to consider, really. So, okay, so we're gonna add some cumin seeds without hurting myself. Let me see. Is this viscous? Yeah, you're viscous, bro. Okay. So we're just gonna pour some out. Please don't hurt me. And it says when the seeds start to spatter, then we can start adding the onions. All right. So I have onions and tomatoes cut up. Oh, my phone is cool now. Are you on though? No, of course not. You weren't holding a charge earlier, so I'm just like, I don't know how you overheated when you can't hold a charge. I'll let my phone kind of defrost over here to the side.
Suck.
Yeah, okay. I'm gonna let my phone hang out off to the side so it can, like, you're not really spattering, but you sure do smell good. I'm not used to tamping cumin seeds. Okay, so the cumin seeds are working. Smells really good. I'm gonna just open the container that has the tomatoes and onions I cut up earlier. I'll try to, very in vain, get rid of some of this skin off the, what is it? Off the fuck? Off the lentils. It's like every word entered my head minus the one that properly describes what this is. So I'm gonna wait till it starts hissing or something. I don't hear anything. Still smells the same. Yeah. Anyone who's still here, thank you. I appreciate you being here. Thank you. It's been less sweaty, so that's nice. Also, if you're from Texas and don't pay attention to the news, I get it. But a bunch of kids are dead. The hill country flooded. a bunch of kids are dead. I think some are missing. A friend of mine lost their child in this flood. So another way of community care and civic engagement, if you can help some of those families that are grieving, I think that would be great. If you can donate your time or, you know, food to these disaster areas, that would be amazing. You can like be on a phone call for maybe someone that you know that was affected, and you know, be there for emotional support. I think that would be great. But yeah, a lot of fucked up shit has been happening. And Governor Abbott did like a flyover today, but he could have done a lot more to prevent this. So like, I need everyone to like think a little bit more critically and think a little deeper about stuff, because it's like, this happened, but it could have been prevented. So like, if somebody's like, oh, well, I'm gonna go do this, you know, fake act of solidarity and like do a flyover to look at the damage, like, what fucking good is that? You could have prevented this, you know? Like, you could have put stuff into place to make it so this didn't motherfucking happen. In the first place, like, there were climate activists that told you shit, and you didn't fucking do anything about it. You know what I mean? And they're like, oh, I'm gonna go, you know, look at the damage, blah, blah, blah. Okay, look at the damage, and then what? What are you gonna do with that information of looking at the damage? Are you gonna utilize that information and, like, I don't know, make it so that area is safer so this doesn't happen again? Or if it does happen again, that it happens in a less extreme fashion where, you know, all these people fucking are dead or missing? You know? Like, what the fuck good is this flyover you did except to tell people on the news, like, oh, I did a flyover. Okay, you did a flyover, and what? Like, again, like, what the fuck? What does that mean? What? Yeah, and? Like, yes, and what? You did a flyover, but all these people died. You could have done something. So what are you gonna do something? Or you're just gonna be like, oh, well, I looked at the damage. You're just gonna look at damage and, like, not do anything? Like, keep on not doing stuff about stuff? Like, okay. And I know there are, like, some really fucked up memes and, like, internet posts to, like, you know, that's what you get for voting red or whatever, but children literally cannot vote. And children died. So for all the bitches that said that shit, like, I'm sure there's a special place down under for you, you know? Like, people lost their kids, you know? But people are like, whatever. And it's just like, you know, our power grid is never gonna be weatherized. You know that? Like, they're never gonna weatherize this shit. Because they care more about filling their pockets than keeping their constituents alive. Right? So all these people that are not from here, or all the people that are from here and not thinking critically, will say all their shit, but it's like, I voted with my best interest in mind. I did not vote against my best interest. I didn't vote for, you know, a rapist president who fucking got rid of the national, like, fucking weather service and, like, other organizations that help predict shit like what happened, right? The heavy rains that made it so these conditions were terrible, and you know. But it's like, you have to think about how everything adds up together. You know, like, things could have been done. And, you know, the winter freeze in 2021, they fucking knew about that shit. They knew about that shit for like 20 years and still didn't do anything. And then 2021 happened and they're still not doing anything. You know what I mean? It's just like, most of us are not voting for a bunch of bitches that don't give a fuck if we live or die. Most of us are voting in hopes that people want us to live, but that's just not how Texas works. Also, we have voter suppression. You know what I mean? So it's like there are a lot of people who were qualified to vote, and for whatever reason, they couldn't. You know? So, like, there's just so much fucked up bullshit happening in Texas, but so many people come here like, oh, I want a big ass house. It'll be so affordable if I move to Texas. And then you get here and realize we have floods and hurricanes and all this shit. And you're like, oh, this isn't what I expected. I was like, you didn't do any fucking research? You didn't look about, like, how our government is ass? Like, I'm sure you heard about Uvalde, or Uvalde, you know what I mean? I'm sure you heard about that and how, like, nothing, there's, like, no justice for these kids and their families. You know what I mean? I'm sure you bitches fucking heard about that, but you still came here because you just wanted a big ass house. I fucking hate when people come here because they just want a big ass house. That's all you wanted to come here for? You didn't think about any of the other factors, for real? Like, Jesus, man, like, capitalism is that serious? Like, people are so fucking, like, not deep. It's disgusting. Like, they don't think that deeply, either because they can't see it somehow, or they're too comfortable. Like, they're way too comfortable, so they're okay with all the bullshit that's happening. They don't want to change. They don't want to change how they eat or drink, even if they know, even if somebody they told them, like, hey, this company is, like, donating money to genocide, or this company conned a bunch of moms into not using breast milk, you know, and then provided this bullshit ass, like, breast milk, whatever the formula, and, like, their kids are all fucked up or whatever because of it. You know what I mean? There are multiple reasons to not like certain companies. So, you know, there are other places you can buy chocolate from. There are other places you can buy your teas and your drinks from, you know. This is almost translucent. We're not quite there yet. Some of you are still not see-through. When that gets see-through, we'll move on to the tomatoes for now. Off to the side, I'm still trying to take some of the skin off. So, you know. But yeah, the rice is just chillin'. Like, for example, Korea Boo did an article on brands that support Palestine and brands that support Israel. So that way, you, as a consumer, can make better choices about your Korean skincare routine. You know what I mean? Or who you buy makeup from. For example, I'm like, Misha is safe. Misha and, you know, the tree that Misha is under. Oh, I lost one. Or whatever. Misha is safe, but, like, Laneige is not. I made, like, a written list, but you know, Korea Boo has that article. So okay, let me check. I don't want to get snapped by oil. Are we looking more translucent? Okay, I think that's translucent enough. Okay, now we're gonna add tomatoes. Again, oil and water don't mix, they're not friends, so if this hisses, that's why. Where the fuck is the rest of the tray? Where'd I put you? Oh my god, this kitchen isn't even that big. Where did I put the rest of the tray? Motherfucker. Did I put you in the fridge back? No, no, no. Bitch, where did I put those tomatoes? Oh. Stool. Oh my god, are you okay? Okay. I just took a quick look at the Kataifi. It's very tan. Maybe a little too tan, but that's okay.
suck,
And then we're gonna do these until the tomatoes soften up. So I did 1 tomato, 1 onion. It did have specific measurements for the tomato and the onion, but I'm not gonna split up a tomato or an onion. You know what I mean? All right, and then it said turmeric. So it's a turmeric in an optional herb that we don't have, so definitely the turmeric. So and we use turmeric a lot, so I'm okay with going a little heavy on turmeric. That was definitely more than the recipe said. But we like turmeric. If you're cooking with turmeric, just be careful about your clothes. But if it like gets on your fingers and stuff, it'll like go away after a while. It's like not gonna be permanent. You know what I mean? But I hear a lot to like be careful of your clothing because it might stain it. But I don't think I've had to deal with a turmeric stain just yet. So I don't really know how to remedy that if it does stain your clothes. So just be careful. Maybe wear an apron or something. All right. So again, while that's doing its thing, I'm just removing more of the skin. I'll go ahead and take the Kataifi dough out so you can look at it. So it is very tan. Tan. That's not burnt. It's tan. So I'm gonna set it off to the side. It's more or less cooled down a bit, but you know. I don't know like how tan we're supposed to go, and then there was still like white splotches. So like I wanted to make sure all of it was some kind of tan, you know? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay, let me check these tomatoes. So they mentioned a spice that was kind of like a mix between onions and garlic, but like people that are allergic to onions and garlic use it. But it's still very pungent, so it's not like it's chill. You soften up. No, you still feel a little firm. I'll let you keep on going. We'll let that keep going. That's not quite what I would consider soft. So I'm just like my eyes feel so tired. But yeah, so our rice and lentil situation is South Asian. Pretty sure it's an Indian recipe. And super grateful I was able to find a lot of recipes today. But we did decide to go with this one because they showed how to do it in Instant Pot and stove. They're a lot for like Instant Pot, and I was like, I don't have an Instant Pot, bro. Like I don't know how to like do the math and convert. You know, what would be okay for a stovetop, for a gas, or well, for an electric stovetop, because I don't have gas, right? Versus, what is it? Instant Pot. Okay, we'll check in just a little. I feel like we've had some time to have those tomatoes soften up, maybe, perhaps, hopefully. No, you still feel pretty firm. You still feel pretty firm. But yeah. So But yeah, it's just like things that are overhyped and like gimmicky, I don't really like. But without the hype and gimmickiness of Dubai chocolate, I would have never, like, I wouldn't, well, without the TikTok activist meta, I would have never known about the gimmickiness of Dubai chocolate, I guess is a better way to reframe that, you know? Because the only way I learned about Dubai chocolate is because capitalism and trying to boost visibility of posts, you know? So I feel like most of the skin is off, but at the same time, I don't know. Because it just could be me being hopeful, you know? Okay. I think that's good. That seems soft enough for me. Add the rice and lentils. Okay. We're going to add the rice and the lentils now. As is because I'm tired of trying to get all the skin out. I think we did a pretty decent job. So I'm going to just drain out the rice. I'll do the rice first. So this is it looks like it's a mix of brown and white. Sometimes when they get rice in their food distributions, they mix it up because they eat brown rice, but usually it's white rice in the distributions. Oh my god, kitchen. Kitchen. It's just that if they get picky because, like, it looks a certain way, I'm gonna be really fucking pissed off. You know? Liquid. And we're still gonna add water to this. If they're like, hey, take all the water out. Blah, blah, blah. Oh my god, Mom. What do you want? I told you I'm cooking at night because y'all won't be disturbing me.
Hey, stop looking at the screen.
Okay. Okay. Kitchen. Oh, I was supposed to add the ginger with the tomatoes. My bad. Well, wait, where do these go in? There. That's fine.
suck,
And we're gonna give this a stir before we add the water. Oh, that's nice. Okay. All right. So 4.5 cups of water, I think. Okay. We're not gonna add salt. It said something about salt, and I was like, no, 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 no. We don't salt our food here. Let me get some water. Okay. We'll stick with 4. Cover the pan and cook medium low. Okay. Cover the pan Cook medium low. Where is the cover? Did I wash you already? Medium low-ish. So let me move y'all back a little bit. Because I need to get in the cabinets. Alright, so we're gonna put some of these dishes away. And then I'm gonna go ahead and work on mixing the kataifi dough with the pistachio paste. Alright, so I'm gonna use the kataifi dough that came out first, that still had some like pale bits in it. And then I'm going to, let me break it up a little bit more. I'm just breaking it up just a bit more. Okay. I'm like messing up a bunch of bowls. Alright. We got another spoon. And then I'm gonna add some of the pistachio paste. I think that's good for now. Alright. So kataifi dough and pistachio paste, and I'm gonna stir it around. Alright. And I actually have like really cute tiny bars of chocolate. Cremino Avellana. So it's like a praline de coco sabor avellana. Hazelnut flavored cocoa candy. It's like, for me, this is chocolate. Okay. So what I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna put some of this paste on there. And we'll have it like that. Try not to make a mess. Okay. So here we go. Oh, that looks so cute on camera.
おかわいいこと
No? I'm so bad at this. There's also a delay, so it's like, I can't tell. Yeah, this thing doesn't like auto-focusing. Okay. Okay. Mmm. But I really love the paste. I really like the paste. Mmm. Mmm. So this is the pistachio paste with the toasted kataifi dough mixed together. I'm going to stir the kataifi dough separately from the paste, and I'll put the paste in the fridge. But man, I really like this. And I really like chocolate, but I really like this part. So again, this is the pistachio paste with the kataifi dough. It's so good. I think coconut oil was a really good choice. Like I'm glad I went with coconut oil instead of vegetable oil there. Mmm. It's kind of like a really tasty cereal. Yeah, it's like a really, really tasty cereal. Love it. Mmm. Mm-hmm. Alright, I'm gonna put my pistachio paste in the fridge. Ugh. I need to put the kataifi dough in some sort of container. Mm. Just feel like this is gonna take a while. All right. Dishes. I hate doing dishes, and I feel tired. Let's finish our pistachio paste. It's delicious. I love it. Ooh, look at that skin texture. Ooh. Yeah, instead of napping, I was playing farming sims all day, so I'm tired. We had one escape, so I'm gonna put it back in. Here you go. Yeah, that's our Dubai chocolate. Oh, we ate all the stuff on the inside. I still don't know if there's any like deeper cultural meaning behind this hashtag or this popular food item, but I have a feeling there isn't. So, still upset that this is probably just like some hyped up food. But I like pistachio paste and kataifi dough. So, I'm still happy. You know. I'm gonna move some of this out of the way. Because it's like not quite dry yet, but I also just don't want it here so I can like dry and wash other things. Got some plates here I need to put away. Pardon me. All right. Should be able to start washing and drying stuff again forever. Again, I hate doing dishes.
Hey, stop looking at the screen.
Okay. But it's important to show good behaviors, I guess, or like responsible behaviors. Like, see how everything piled up?
suck.
Okay. I was like, oh, I smell rice. Am I in trouble? Yo, what up, Quan? I'm assuming that comment's about doing dishes. I'm gonna assume that comment was about doing dishes and how you hate it. I fucking hate doing dishes. Sorry, I didn't see it earlier, by the way. I don't know if you're still here. You usually lurk, so maybe you're here, but sorry, I didn't see that message earlier. Oh my god, kitchen. No, 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 kitchen. 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 Don't fucking do this shit. Oh my god, fuck, 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 fuck. Okay, hold on, hold on, hold on. I'm usually here. Yeah, I know you like to learn, and I appreciate it. Oh my god, go back to the kitchen. Go back to the kitchen. Oh my god, kitchen. Bro. Sometimes the commands like to work, and sometimes they like to do other things. Yeah. So we made our Dubai chocolate treat thing. If anybody has any information on the background, the history
お
behind
かわいいこと
that, please let me know, because otherwise I'm just gonna think it's like this overhyped capitalism thing and not something that's actually culturally significant. So, but thanks to it being in my feed because of how the activist meta works on TikTok, I found a recipe for kataifi dough and I found a recipe for pistachio paste, so not all bad really. Learned some stuff. So, and then the thing that's on the stove is for my mom and my aunt. And then later on this morning, Mom has a food distribution from the food bank, so probably, she said 7. So maybe around 6 a.m. I have to be awake again. So we're probably going to try to hurry the rest of this show on the road. That really depends on how quickly this situation cooks. There's still a lot of liquid going on. The smell has changed because like I smelled the rice for a second. Aside from just smelling the turmeric. So stuff is happening and that's good. But it's still gonna take a while. So I don't know. Hopefully we'll be done sooner than later. Because my eyes have been kind of hurting like all day. And I think that's because I didn't do my drops last night and I space out my drops too much. Because I'm poor and I don't have insurance. Because I'm poor and I don't have insurance and seeing my specialist is like $300 each visit, you know. I haven't seen her in a while. I was supposed to see her around my birthday. Because I typically like to see my doctors around my birthday. It's just easier to remember that way. But I haven't seen her in a while. Haven't seen my dentist in a really long time. And I like my dentist. But, you know, I'm also paying out of pocket. He has like this deal where you can pay up front and you'll get 2 visits included in that price. But it's just kind of like, I can't do that right now. Like, I can't lump sum anything at the moment. Like, I'm really fucking poor. I messed up something on my Squarespace and, like, it lump summed, and I'm, like, stressed out about it a little bit. So, that's why we have a bit goal right now. You know, like an actually specific, for real bit goal this time. Aside from, like, the goal of trying to see Nutty at TwitchCon, which at this point I don't think it's ever gonna happen, but it would be real swell if it did. You know? But yeah. But yes. So yeah, we did our Dubai chocolate. Fantastic. And now we just need to finish the rest of our dishes. Pretty sure I already cleaned you. These need to get clean. Yes, keep on cooking. Keep on cooking. I would love you to cook quickly. I don't know, there's just so much liquid. So much liquid. And when that gets done, we will most likely just like let it hang on the stove. And then maybe after the distribution, I'll see about like putting it away. Hopefully after the distribution, she's not like bothering me to do stuff because I'm not gonna feel like it. I'm not gonna feel like it. So, you know. I'm gonna take a little bit of this that I made for me. I just don't like brown rice. I don't like long grain rice. I prefer short grain. So, you know, and they just like I don't really eat rice at all anymore. So like when I do eat rice, like I want it to be rice I want to fucking eat. You know what I mean? Like I don't want to eat some bullshit out ass rice I don't want to eat. So like they're kind of like okay with whatever rice. As long as it's a long grain rice, and I'm like, ugh. I hate long grain. So just like there's a lot of people that like only eat like firm tofu or whatever, and I'm like, ugh. I cannot stand anything more firm than soft. I don't even like soft that much. Like I only really like silken tofu because like I hate the texture of anything firmer than silken. I will tolerate soft, but I don't really do fried tofu that much, or you know, I just I'm not a big fan. And to each their own. But for me, no thanks. I really only want silken. Then people always complain about tofu like not tasting like anything or whatever, and I'm like, I guess. Like I enjoy tofu with just like soy sauce and green onion. You know what I mean? Like for me that's good. Like I can hang with that. And for like century egg, you can do it with like tofu. So you place the tofu in like boiling or like really hot water and just like let it hang out, and then you slice it, and then what is it? Century egg, and I think in that situation you hit it with a hot oil, like an aromatic hot oil. And I was like, because I was like trying to figure out like different ways to eat century egg, you know. And I was like, oh my god, I love tofu as long as it's silken. So, so I was like, oh, this works. You know. Man, I hope my other phone is okay. Like, I hope it's like defrosted and like doing okay. We had to put it in the fridge earlier, so like, but it wouldn't hold a charge. It's like the phone told me it was too hot, but it was like not able to hold a charge, so I don't know what we're gonna do. Probably gonna try charging it later today in my room on like a grate with some ventilation. I suppose we can try doing that. But I'm hoping my phone will be okay. I think they'll be all right, you know. So Oh. I mean, this smells delicious, but I feel like the water level is still the same. And that's a little disturbing. Like, why is the water level still the same? Why does it look like you have not, like, done anything? We're almost done with the dishes, and then I'll sanitize the counter. But, and by sanitize, I'm just gonna, like, wipe it with, like, alcohol. Because there was oil, there was sticky stuff, you know, it's just, like, a lot of stuff happened on the counter. So. And this is like, I don't know where we got this. Maybe I bought a pie. But like, I reuse pie dishes and stuff. So. To each their own, but when you like wash these, just be careful because there might still be sharp edges and stuff. Don't hurt yourself. So. Woo! Look at us. Getting this shit done. Okay. Then I'll empty the drain because like stuff fell in there. We only had 2 quinoa casualties, it looks like. That's nice. Okay, let me see if we can find. There it is. All right, so I'm gonna take a towel and I'm gonna splooge some like alcohol-based fucking hand sanitizer stuff that's in like gel form, and I'm just gonna go over the counter. With the splooged alcohol. Oh my god, you smell good, but why is the water level not going down? That doesn't make me feel good. Oh wait, there's still junk in here. I forgot about the chopsticks. Chopsticks real quick.
Hey, stop looking at the screen.
suck,
Okay. That's good for the wipies. I'm gonna close up this compost pile for real this time. I'm gonna just cover up my chocolate in hopes nobody fucking eats it. Okay. I had some tea steeping for like forever. So I'm gonna put the flowers in the compost pile. And have the thing in the sink for now. But yeah, I had it like steeping for a really long time. Okay. It was chrysanthemum and osmanthus for anyone who is wondering what my tea combination today was. And I steeped it twice, so this was the second steep, and I just kind of like let it hang out. Bro, why is its water level still looking like it didn't go down?
suck,
Glad nothing's sticking to the bottom, it feels like. I don't know if I can show you the final product. I think it's time for me to raid. I'm a little... I still have to like stay out here and like monitor the stove. But I feel like I should start raiding out. So... Oof! Let me face you guys real quick. You see me? How much do we see? There's a delay, so... Oh, hold on. That's like super zoomed in. I'm sorry. Okay. Is this better?
かわいいこと
I guess that's close enough. Well, if I sit down, then I can talk to you, right? Sorry, I pick at my ears a lot. Okay. If I sit in front of the... Oh. All right, everybody. Thank you so much for hanging out while I was doing some late night cooking. So we did the Dubai chocolate. We made a pistachio paste and kataifi dough, and then we toasted that kataifi dough, and then we waited for the kataifi dough to cool down. Then we mixed the pistachio paste and the kataifi dough together, and then we put that on top of a chocolate that I had, but we also just ate it by itself because it's really delicious. And the whole reason why we did that is because we've been really trying to find something that we could cook that would feature like Palestinian food. And kanafe, the dessert, is a little too cheesy, and I'm a little too lactosey for me to reasonably do that. Like maybe I'll try it because I found there's a couple places in my city that do kanafe really well, and so I'm gonna like seek them out at some point and have lactate on me. But yeah, and there was a Filipino bakery that had a kanafe, but it wasn't kanafe because kanafe is that cheesy dessert with the kataifi dough. And what they had was a croissant that in the middle there was pistachio paste with kataifi dough, and on the outside there was chocolate and a sprinkling of pistachios. And I had that, and I got it because I was like, well, maybe this is like what they're doing to let people know that they care about Palestine, is what I'm hoping. Probably not, but that's my hope, right? Because they said kanafe. That is not a Filipino word in any way, shape, or form. That's not Tagalog, that's not Ilocano, that's, you know what I mean? Filipinos can correct me if I'm wrong. That's not Filipino. KNAFEH is not ours. That's not ours. So I was excited about this dessert even though I knew it wasn't the dessert that I knew that word to be. So I was like, okay, whatever. But then on TikTok, there was a Filipino guy who made that croissant. And the hashtag was like, heart made me do it. So I guess some Filipino celebrity had this and whatever. And that's maybe why this Filipino bakery had it. Anyway, the Filipino guy on TikTok had the recipe for the pistachio paste. And then I am hoping to assume that the lady that had the kataifi dough recipe is Palestinian? Maybe Palestini? I don't know. Maybe she is. And so I was like, that's fantastic because I just needed to know how to make it at home. I'm not gonna make a fucking croissant. We were supposed to have it on a croissant today, but my bitch ass aunt ate my croissant, so that's why we didn't have a croissant. And then the thing that we're doing on the stove is rice and lentils because I asked my mom, you know, if I made this, like, does it sound like something doable? And she wanted a 1 cup of rice to half a cup of lentils, but this recipe was 1-to-1, so, you know, half a cup of lentils, half a cup of rice. And I was like, you know what? Let's just do that because, like, I cannot do the math. So, so that's what's happening on the stove right now. That's what took most of the time because I was trying to take all the husks off because I wanted to make it as appealing as possible. I feel like if they see some of them are orange and some of them are brown, like they might be like, ew, gross, whatever, because they're like really apprehensive and like just unnecessarily picky. Like they sound like, you know how some white people yuck yums? And they're like, ew, that's gross, blah. But then once it gets popular, they're like, oh, I learned about that. And they're like, oh my god, I love it, blah, blah, blah. But they were also the people to be like, ew, that's gross, that's nasty, that's smelly, blah, 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 blah. My family holds a lot of that energy, even though they're not white. And I'm just like, I really fucking hate that you do this shit. So, yeah. So hopefully they eat it. If not, then I guess I'm eating it all. I don't like brown rice. And I don't like long grain rice. If I did this with short grain, that's fine. But I don't like long grain rice. So hopefully they eat it. And then I have some chickpeas and black beans off to the side soaking. And maybe we'll make that tomorrow, depending on how I feel. Because my eyes hurt. I'm tired. If they don't eat this shit tomorrow, I'm gonna be pissed. You know what I mean? Like, so we'll see. I made 2 servings. So there's 2 containers with 3 ounces of chickpeas, and there's 2 containers with 3 ounces, tablespoons. 3 tablespoons of chickpeas, 3 tablespoons of black beans. So one will be cooked that day, and the other set of chickpeas and black beans will be frozen. And then the next time I make rice, we're going to add that in, and then we'll make the multigrain rice that way by having some of the grains kind of, you know, in the, well, I guess beans, legumes in the freezer, and like, it'll make it so it's easier to cook, I guess, because it breaks it down a little bit. So yeah, that's what we've got going on. So it was Dubai chocolate, sort of, and more, right? So that's what we did today. So for anyone who lurked for most of the stream, thank you, because the first hour I didn't realize I had audio. Sorry about that. I have different audio sources and I have different cameras. In the kitchen, I can really only use this one though. And it was set to my webcam because for whatever reason, this microphone died yesterday or the day before whenever I last streamed. And so I had to change the microphone. And I forgot to diligently change it back. So yes. So that's what happened. I'm so sorry, but thank you for being for the part, you know, that I had audio. So all good. And of course, Quan. Let's glance Quan real quick. Is it this? Shout out. 1, 2, 3. So Quan is one of my real life friends, and like we have a lot of really fun memories together. But like my most favorite memory is that we went to a music festival together, and we were like near the front, and there were these two really fucking annoying people. Like what mine was behind me, and his was next to him, if I remember correctly. And I was at some point I ended up trying to do like this weird dolphin bat kick thing to like knock this bitch in her head because she kept on like getting in my shit. And Quan was about to beat this motherfucker up, and we kind of like I didn't know he was doing that, and he didn't know I was doing that, and I was like, should we go? And we left because we were so pissed. So, but yeah, if you really like Final Fantasy Online, he's really good at that. He's also like pretty wise at like playing strategically, you know, as far as like building characters and building profiles. I think he was playing Stellar Blade with some of his friends a couple like last week or so. So Quan's really amazing. I think you should follow him. Who else can we glaze that's not necessarily here? There's a person named Earth_Toast, and they do they cook for the community fridges in their area. So there's an organization called ATX Free Fridge or something like that. And they cook for that, and they distribute it to like different fridges around town. Like there's a network. So they're really cool. I really like them a lot. There's Bob Bakes. Bob Bakes rated Earth Toast, so without Bob Bakes, I wouldn't have known. And the last thing I saw Bob Bakes do, he was doing a mochi donut? No, mochi brownie? He's trying to do a mochi brownie. So he's trying to like make a recipe for that. And then there's also like a recipe reborn and the hunger service and nutty. And we're about to raid Mother Gamer because this is her time slot. This is her time. So, she is Filipino and she talks about mental health and being queer, and I really like her. Like after a long day of doom scrolling, I really, 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 really look forward to her stream. Right? Like I feel like I do the most effort to make sure to get her stream, and when it's the weekend, because she does not stream on the weekends, I'm like, oh, she's not streaming today. So, you know what I mean? Yeah, but before we read Mother Gamer, remember Palestine's still being murdered. There's still genocide. So I would really love it if you consider emailing or calling your reps and/or boycotting things. Like, please go to the Korea Boo article. Netizen, like, do Korea Boo netizens skincare, and you should be able to find the article. What else? Like, look up BDS. There's ways to look up brands and companies to avoid, you know. And there's multiple reasons. Like, let's say for whatever reason you don't give a fuck about genocide, which I really hope you do, because if you don't, that's weird, bro. That's weird and kind of gross. But like, you know, just like overall exploiting people for their land and their labor and their resources, you know what I mean? There's a lot of companies that don't need our money. Right? They don't need it. And also on the same token, like, not all of us can boycott Amazon, Walmart, or Target, because the way everything is, like, we have a dependency on one or multiple of those. But when you can, just try not to. Which is hard, because we still shop at Walmart, you know? But, like, when you can, try to avoid it. You know what I mean? When you can, which is hard. But yeah. Email your reps, call your reps, boycott shit. We're forced to participate in capitalism, but if there's a way where you can, like, literally just not go to work, that would be the best way to do it, because if we all stop capitalisming, they'll start listening. Because unfortunately, you have to hit people in their wallet before, because they're not going to grow a conscience. But when you start talking with your money, they're going to start listening. You know? So, but yeah, just, you know, shit to think about. There's a bunch of dead kids in Austin. If you can help. Oh, not Austin, but like the Hill Country, and like the Hill Country is very close to Austin. If you can help the families of these kids, the guardians of these children, the friends of these children, in like any kind of direct impact capacity, please do so. If you can help a senior citizen in your neighborhood that doesn't have a car and might need to go to the grocery store, please do so. Check on them when the weather gets bad to make sure they're not cooking inside of their house. You know what I mean? Because the weather, the grid is never going to get weatherized. So just think about what's going on and what you as an individual can do, because we're not all going to be Malcolm X and we're not all going to be Tupac. You know what I mean? Like, but there are still things we can do even if we're not like them. You know, not all of us are going to be bell hooks. So there's stuff that we can all do. Just think of what you, in your capacity, what you have access to, and what you are able to give in time or money or resources to people who also need it. Because it's a good thing to do to like build community, but also one day it might be you. It might be you. So anyway, thanks everybody. We're gonna raid. Oh my god, where's your face, Mother Gamer? Where's your face? I need to make sure your face is here before we raid. So, who? Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow. Meow. I mean, I'm seeing some of my Filipinos. But I just, you know, I just want to double check because I know she's had some, like, technical issues over the past couple days.
Hey, stop looking at
I
the
just
screen.
want to make for sure. Okay, she's there. Yay! Okay, we're gonna raid. Okay. She's a really nice lady, so like, please be nice, okay? Raid Mother Gamer. Alright, oh my god. Fuck these ads. Alright. Everybody, thank you so much. I appreciate you being here. Wear sunblock. Oh, we had a follower today? Thank you for following. Wear sunblock, drink water, and tell your representatives that you're tired of all their bullshit. So, you know. I'll see you later.